Guys, this dog has adopted us. It is now almost completely assimilated into the family. This was a dog psyop. He came in. He's like, "We have the breed. This individual loves German shepherds. Has always wanted one his whole life. Will infiltrate the family through this dog. See, that doesn't look good. It's a little too low. Look at what happens when I do this. I don't know. Then I'm getting the grays. The grays are coming in. How's that? Yeah, we're all right. We got a couple stragglers. It's fine. Stats. Not looking good. Reset. How we doing on bitrate? Bitrate's okay now. Johnny Waffles, how's it going? I tried to do the Mr. T with the rest of my mohawk today. Johnny. John D5. How's it going? We're okay on sound. I'm dropping frames right now. I might have to reset my internet. Why am I dropping frames? Sometimes this happens with my network. We might have to reboot. Yep. I am deving a book right now. Nice. What is it you're writing? What kind of stuff do you write, by the way? Like, what's your bread and butter? That's what happens when you live in Idaho. Ah, yes. I had some people in Seattle that we visited family. I'm going to restart the network. And then just the constant. Okay, now we're okay on bandwidth. I don't know. That was a weird hitch. We'll just we'll keep going here. Maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. All right, so I'm gonna try slapping together. Slap the bass. I'm gonna try slapping together a small web server to handle part of the Oauth stuff. We'll see how it goes. Slap the bass, mon. Textbooks, gotcha. Man, writing for learning is tough. That's like a lot of, you got to think a really specific way. Okay. So do you listen to music while you write? Is it silence? Do you have a space that you write in? Do you leave your house? Tell me your process. What's your process? Let's dive in. And now we're okay on frames. So I don't know. Some weird little hitch. Bro, I'm having a mental breakdown. Tell me about it. What? I don't mean to laugh at your mental breakdown, but I've been feeling that way too. Maybe we found each other, Waffles. Maybe we found each other here because I feel like giving up and just working at a McDonald's in some ways. And just being like, you know what? I wouldn't have to try. I just clock in. Describing positional release. Ooh. Well, maybe get a copy of the Kama Sutra. And you could human kinetics. Oh wow. Inappropriate. Oh, okay. Churlish, insubordinate, and churlish. All right, let's actually get to work. So that was insubordinate, churlish. Let's see, chat auth server. Okay, so this is the one we're gonna be rolling in. They see me rolling. I said a desktop computer when I write. Chat auth server. Here we are. All right, we don't need icon. Get away. Go away, icon. Take on me. Take on me. I'll be there in a day or two. Do you have any music recommendations? If I played some music, what would you want to hear? Do you have a YouTube playlist you want me to throw on? If I'm actually writing and not editing, I listen to some sort of music that doesn't have lyrics because I need the words I'm creating to be the only words for me. Yeah, I feel you. You know what's really weird is there's a particular, and this is video game related, there's a particular set of music that I can put on and it's like autofocus for me. It's ingrained in focus for me. No lyrics. It's the original Wipeout soundtrack. Because you remember back in the day in the PS1 discs, if you skipped track 1, if it had the CD audio encoding, you could just play the music. If I'm editing or formatting, I'll listen to YouTube videos about murders and school shootings. Jeez, you sound like me. Do you ever do you watch the HTC traffic when there's like a crash or anything? Those are some good ones. No, sir. Oh, let me give you something new to listen to every once in a while. ATC traffic crash. I forget the channel. It's ATC something. Okay, so there's real ATC. This is one of them. And they recreate on a map everything that the flight was doing. Stupid ghost hunting compilations too. You ever listen to the Mike Red Letter Media guy talk about all the, because he loves those ghost channels. So that's a good one. There's the they have the they'll do like celebrity stuff too. Like they have when Harrison Ford accidentally landed in the wrong, like towards oncoming traffic, and stuff like that as well. Is this the other one? VAS Aviation. Yeah, this is another one. This is another good one. If you're ever interested, if you find this stuff interesting. Some of my favorite are the pilot passed away and the passenger has to land the plane. Those are good ones to listen to too. Weirdly comforting how many people are able to land small engine planes. Yeah. All right, attach a script. It can't be that difficult. It's true. Jetliners, though, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Although autopilot can theoretically land. So a lot of the big ones can almost fly themselves. Let's see, control. So I don't know what to call it. Well, let's call it server. Tesla airplanes. I worry. I feel like that's, I don't know. I just worry about I just worry about the battery stuff and heat and, you know. Like if a fire starts, you can't choke it, right? Oh, man. Yeah. Do. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, I just wonder about like batteries and weight and all that stuff. That'll be interesting to see how that's all managed. Take on me, take on me. Why is it not seeing the namespace? Is the editor settings on a per project level? Let's see. External? No. Did I open the? Did I open my editor before we got to the project? Namespace could not be found. Brah. What is the problem? Why are we mad? Do we have to build first? Output. Cyclical inclusion. Another resource is loaded from path servers, yes. What? Huh? What was that noise? Ah. Well, we're not control. Well, yeah, we inherit control. That should be fine. Class is server. Okay. Huh? Dude, my introduction into Metal Gear Solid was the Pizza Hut. It was either Domino's or Pizza Hut. I think it was Pizza Hut demo disc. Do you remember that? There was like, for a period of time, you could get a pizza and then get a PS1 demo discs, and it was the Japanese Metal Gear, and so we played that like crazy, and so it was all in Japanese. It was the Hangar. It was, and we just that. The thing about those demos back in the day is sometimes the demo was so good you never needed to really buy the game. Sometimes the demo was actually this little complete thing that was better than the game because it was like more get and go kind of thing, and that level was so solid and you'd play it and get so good at it. Like I remember doing Load Runner. I played Load Runner demo with my friend, and that's I had no idea what Metal Gear Solid was. Yeah, the cyclical reference. That's weird. Control. Warning, having the script name be the same as the built-in type is usually not desired. I know. That's why I'm trying to name it server and you won't let me. I went to a rental store and read the back and thought it was like a simulation thing where you plan out attacks or something. Oh no! Or like a puzzle strategy style game. It kind of is. It's just it's got action elements. Yeah. So we played it. It was it was like, huh? Don't go say. Don't go say. That's all Kanish camera. Control. Let's see. Let's just name it test and see if there's something wrong with naming it server. No. That's not a problem. Still have my copy of the MGS from when I was a youth, signed by Kojima. And, dang, that's awesome. Yeah, no, unfortunately, all of my games like that, my favorite games, I was moving out with my wife into our first home together. We were renting, but my brother-in-law was helping, and he helped move my box labeled video games, and by boxes is what I mean when I say box, and he moved them into his house. And for years I was like, where are my games? And he had them, and I lost them all. And there were so many PS1 classics in there, Tactics, just all of it gone. If David Hayter is at the SF Comic-Con, I'll be there for sure, so I can get him to sign it too. That's awesome. Yeah, it sucks how he got screwed for the last game. I don't know. It's just a real bummer. Just kind of. Excellent. Are they all like silver signatures, or? Just black. Gotcha. Godot. Namespace. Godot C#. So it is a copying Godot offline packages. Missing class qualified name for reloading script. Are we is this like an export thing? No, it can't be the templates. Copying Godot offline packages. In OS X, so it's the do a manual one-time build. Okay, so now we don't have any copying offline packages. Is that it? Did we do it? Try building again. Missing. Okay, we know roughly what's going on, but we don't know why. All right, here's what we're going to do. Chat Oauth server. We're going to build a new one. Don't save. Remove. New project. Browse. Delete. Chat Auth server. That's what we're going to use. So we're going to go create folder. There's already a folder. Lies. You lie. Chat off server. Let's delete you. Try again. It says it's open. Okay, this is a hint. It's because of this. Let's close this out. Create folder. There we go. There we go. So it's not saying to build anything. Let's just create a new script, C#, inherits node, and now we have the build option. Run build. And okay, so now we're not crashing. Let's double check the folder now. Oauth server Godot has a mono, and okay. Okay, so it's got a debug build. All right, we're good. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been to a couple of WonderCons back in the day, around 2006ish and later. I liked WonderCon when it was at San Francisco. I didn't like it when they moved to LA. That's really the only set of cons I've ever been to. But I like the con environment. WrestleCon. Oh, that's, yeah. Server, GD script. We're going to be saying C# create. And let's save this. And we need to build and then select current. Okay, so we're running. No problems. All right, so here's... WrestleCon is fun. Dude, it sounds like it'd be fun. Although for me, the wrestling scene... my thing with the wrestling stuff was in the late 90s and early aughts. And so it was back in the day of like The Rock and Steve Austin and all that stuff. And it was really only because my friends had the channels that we could even watch it on, you know? So, because I was too poor. I was bunny ears, you know? And where we lived, there was really only one channel that you could get on bunny ears at the time. Now it's crazy. Now because the FTC like stopped regulating TV so much, now like you could live in the middle of nowhere and there's like 20 HD channels you can get. If you like, it's pretty crazy. I actually I've considered you like how I didn't finish the sentence. Okay. So now if we set up a server, let's say we set up HTTP listen. HTTP protocol listener class cannot be inherited. And we set the prefixes for it. Okay. So let's try, and we're going to really quick just get a listener going. And then we're going to try to do some posts to it. So and listener requires system.net. So using system.net, and then we'll make a public void server. And 34 GG. And there's no prefixes. Server member names cannot be the same as their enclosing type. Can't we do that for a isn't that how you're supposed to do the initializer? Is that the word we call it? Member names. Maybe open up public partial class chat. So just public. We don't need a void. So is it just public, no void? Okay, so that was it. Because we're not, I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. Okay, so, and we're going to delete the prefixes thing because we'll just add one prefix. And, oops. And this will be something like http:// What happens if we do s? https:// localhost colon colon 42069. Okay, so now it's running at 42069. Let's close this out and roll it. Okay, we're rolling. Debugger has an error for us. Prefixes ending in / are not allowed. Or do we need a /? I think we need the /. So oh, we're waiting. Okay, so now we're waiting. And it's copy. Let's load up 42069. Nothing. Are we failing because we can't get the port? All right, let's do 8080 just to not be fun. Build it again. Close. Hmm. Okay, I think it's the HTTPS. I don't think we can do... I bet there's more to just rolling HTTPS than... Because we got to provide a cert and all kinds of stuff, so there's no way it's just going to work. But that does not appear to be the case. So that's something else going on. Nothing. Okay. Let's try... We're going to look at bump set spike because we're doing the same thing there, which HTTP auth. So we'll see. Okay, this is what it looks like. We can try this address because maybe there's something going on with the ports. I think I know what's up. I think I know what's going on. What's going on? There we go. Hello, world. Right? Okay, and then we got listening in the debugger. So let's try HTTPS just to see what's going on. HTTP. Nope, doesn't like it. So HTTP listener request should give us something about the response. Cookies has an entity body. Okay, so now we need a tool to send test post messages to this server. Windows post HTTP post tool. PowerShell. How to post an HTTP request from the command line. How about course it's not free. Oh, God. Okay. So Java client. And packages. None. Release. Here we go. And command line fat. DMG UI fat jar. This is what we want. Here we go. Okay. So we can do a post. Our URL is going to be this bad boy here. And then we're going to have a fake body of file body, multi-part, string body. I think it's a string body. I'm not too familiar with the HTTP protocol. But we're going to go ahead and say that we're going to send... We're expecting to get some sort of message from our app that will then instantiate this. And then, so we need a code. So that's essentially it. That's all we really need to be sent to us. And then we send a post with nothing in it with this. Okay. And then the redirect URI should be the client. If we go back to the client for the redirect, then it should receive this. I think that'll work. Man, this is actually going to be smaller than I was describing it yesterday. So this should be what our post is going to look like. So we don't need a body. None. And I guess we could just do... The following example shows parameters in the body of the post. The body of the post. Let the bodies hit the floor. So it's going to be like this. And it's going to be a single line. Like so. The body of the post. 9 times. So that's what we send them. If the request succeeds, it returns an access token, refresh token, and an ID token. This appears to, and I love there's literally no description of how this arrives, but given this JSON, it's going to be in the body of the reply. Jatishili. So then, do I really need to test sending this to the app, ergo vis-a-vis concordantly, in as much as to the other app? Because my server, I simply need to be able to receive this and then send it off to this. Easy enough. I think that's it. Oh my God, this isn't going to be hard at all. So, I was looking at DigitalOcean hosting because for me it's like, okay, how can I do this for free? They have something called, they have this app platform, Functions. I'm not familiar with this. Node.js. Sample apps that you can deploy to functions. Create a random number with Go. For my server and app stuff. Damn. What are you running? What's it for? Like, what's the app and all that kind of stuff? if you don't mind me asking. So if we did it in Go, I'm guessing that's how we get the lowest memory footprint. And because if we were using this, we would want to have a low enough memory footprint based on traffic so that we would never have to pay them. Test prep apps. Damn, dude, you're doing the full jeez. You're like doing the stuff that I've talked about doing. I guess though that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. So as I see it, functions now, view pricing. Okay. So minimum runtime per function invocation. So if we can get it under 100 milliseconds, then this holds true that per gigabyte seconds for additional memory and runtime. So we don't care about that. Per gigabyte seconds of compute for free per month per account. So gigabyte seconds. So this means that in theory, if we knock off 2 zeros, we could get 900 authentications in a month and not have to pay anything. Study guide. And my app dev keeps bothering me about paying him. Like, bro, I've paid you 10K over the past 2 years. Let me start making money. Yeah, that sucks. $500 for the server. Why do you need such an expensive server? If you don't mind my asking. Like for me, because for me, whenever I do web dev stuff, dude, I do it next to $0. I get it so low that it's like next to nothing. I don't mean to. So just so you're clear, I'm not trying to make your heart sink or anything like that, and I don't mean to insult you either. 150 to 200 for the server, then $100 for the Apple developer account. Oh, okay, so I get it. But still, I would say server side stuff. Is this something that your dev told you to do? Because what I would worry about is that your dev is actually scraping some money off of you for the hosting, if that's the situation that's going on. Which is, you know, if they're doing it, it makes sense. But that's pretty high. I pay for hosting myself. Okay. And I'm sure you've done your research and everything like that. I just feel like, so, I mean, like for instance, even with DigitalOcean, you can host for about $5 a month. You can get a lamp stack or whatever for about $5 a month if you're, you know, and then you throw DigitalOcean in front of that and do some caching. So you can cache before it even hits you if it's like certain things, and then you've got DDoS protection and stuff like that, and then it's just like ton of content in the app. So it has to pull it off the web somewhere. I see. Do you know, does the app cache, like, does it cache the stuff it fetches? Yeah, it's all stored on the web. So it's traffic. Do you know your traffic, I don't know how the app works entirely. So transfer here. So this is just an example. 512 megabytes RAM, 1 CPU. You're going to get 500 gigabyte transfer a month at $4 starting. With 10 gigabytes on a solid state. And then to get 25 gigs, you're jumped up to $6. I imagine though your size is going to be higher, right? So there's other ways of saving money where your dynamic stuff would be hosted on this $4 server. And then your static stuff, your images and all that stuff, you put it on a CDN somewhere and you're paying pennies for it. Seriously. Like no joke. I'm not joking. You could have terabytes of data and be paying, $10 a month for the data for that hosting. So you're looking at maybe $14, $20 a month. If you get things set up a certain way, you can save a ton of money. It's interesting. I'd be interested in knowing more about like your server setup and stuff like that, and how you're rolling it. But yeah, I mean it's possible to save a ton of money. $14 to $20 a month is still more than I'm paying. Oh, you're saying per year? Oh, okay. On an annual basis. Okay, I thought you were doing. Okay. Now we're clear. I thought you were saying per month. I'm like, dude. Okay, it makes sense now. I was like, wait a minute. Somebody's robbing you, bro. I would never. Okay. I was like, I was extremely concerned for you. It's like, let me hook you up, man. I can hook you up. Like, what are you doing? Okay. Good. Well, so I would, if you talk to the app dev guy and you say, look, my hosting costs are this much, it scales, but the price scales based on traffic. Money's tight. Is there anything you could do to make the app cache some of this data so that it's not hitting my servers as much? That would lower my traffic, and then that would make money more loose. Like, that would give me some more liquidity here. Something like that. Like, that might be something to talk to him about, because that might be something really simple that he's not even considering doing. Because a lot of web apps, a lot of apps that talk to the web cache, money's not that tight. Okay. Yeah, a lot of what, like, you look at like Facebook and it ends up being like 5-10 gigabytes on your phone. I am pretty rich. Well, damn. All right. It's true, dude. You're donating to a podcast you're hardly listening to right now. All right. So this is a future map problem for that. So we're going to simulate the this jQuery to the app and grabbing that. 48 unplayed episodes. Damn, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm finding it just as, like, I'm a parent. I got 2 kids now, and a dog just showed up on our porch 3 days ago and adopted us, basically. So my brain space for listening to podcasts and even, like, consuming any media of any kind is so difficult for me now. And even if I could, I don't know that I'd want to. But, I mean, mowing my lawn, making breakfast, there's a few points in my day where it's like, okay, I can pop on a podcast. But as soon as my kids are going, they just want my attention and I want to give it to them. So, all right. So this is our test post that we're going to give back to the app. Let's go back to writing the other app. And this guy is going to be receiving. So listener close. We're not going to do that here. Let's comment this out. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. http.net. What are we talking about? It's right there. Oh, is it because we don't have the project open? A more ale. More eel. A more eel. Let's see. Let's try typing something in here now that we're running. Is it because we're connected to the wrong? We're not going to save. Okay, so that's what it was. I was connected to the wrong LSP. So that's an example of why LSP sucks balls. LSP sucks balls sometimes. Okay, so there's our body. We're listening. We get a response back. We get a code back. So this is where we're going to say, let's see if we can investigate more to the it's either context, request, or response, but one of these is going to tell us the prefix that was used. And we're going to want to look at that so we know where the request is going to. And we can use that to give ourselves information about, we can delineate logic based on those things. So let me find the doc thing. The docs for, because I can't read them on Microsoft site. They're too, it's I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. We're going to open up Velocity. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll keep going on this. I'm feeling good about our speed at which I'm dealing with this stuff. We're not really dealing with any problems. There's no showstoppers. We're just rolling through the process of development. So I'll be right back. Yeah, if anyone's got any music, like some calm, wordless music, as Johnny was mentioning, something like that for me to put on the stream. Oh, May, I'm so sorry, May. May, are you still here? I completely missed saying hi to you. If I did, I'm going to DM you and say sorry. But anyways, May, what's up? I'll be right back. Hotline Miami. Let's do that. I was doing some old PS1 games, but Hotline Miami. I'm gonna send a DM to May. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't think I've played. They made like there was a sequel too, right? URL. The raw URI is the system URI provided as. This too is also good. I love when like dance music or these kinds of tracks, they have that like part where everything drops at the same time. Like there's a like if you were to take the waveform and look at it, there'd be this valley of silence. Okay, so I think what I need is the URL property. So let's try printing that out. Actually, you know what? Let's just write all of this and then we'll see. All right, and then we're not going to close. So now if we run the app and we open up the settings and then we go here and we choose authorize app, technically there should be a server running right now listening for requests. And if we were to send a post with this information, 200 OK message, so it hit it. And we're not seeing the response here because the debugger, the console output, would go to something like VS Code, not Godot. So let's get that going instead. So we'll run it here. Oh, we don't want a remote connection. We're gonna open up a new window. That's for our study time. Open file. We're not opening file, we're opening folder. Okay, here we go. And here's our debugger. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. Open up here, authorize. Now we're waiting for synchronous requests. So then if we run a push here, and we got a 200 OK, and here we go. Our URL has this. Raw URL is our directory, I guess you could say, the prefix. So, okay. So that gives us a lot of information. Now we just need to get the body of the post. So let's look up the docs for that. And that's going to be under requests. No joke. Has body. So there's a check for a body, but I don't think there's a way to just grab the body. I think we actually have to do a little bit of housekeeping in order to make that possible. So let's do some entity has body. In this example, request input stream, get the encoding, set up a stream reader, give it the body and the encoding. We'll set the length of the... Okay, so we're just going to grab this code really quick. If request has entity body and does not have. So we'll just do if it has, then we'll throw the rest of this code inside that statement. We're just hacking this mother together. Okay, so we can get rid of all this stuff except for raw URL we want to keep because that's... And then there's query string. That actually might be useful as well for something else. This other information might be good for tracking. But this is really only going to tell us stuff about Twitch. So we won't care too much about that. The beauty of doing it this way too is a lot of people are saying nobody would trust you, no one would do it this way. But if my app phoned home and I told you, hey, just give me your shared secret. And people are telling me, you know, in the chat, why would anyone trust you? And it's like, but if I sell this app and I tell them, hey, give me your shared secret, like everything's going to be fine, don't worry about it. I actually think that's worse. And in this way, I can't know anything about them. I'm completely blind as to who is even, like, who authenticated, whatever. I have no idea. It's all masked on Twitch's side, and as a user, I'd prefer that, in my opinion. But what do I know? Okay, so we're gonna go like this and paste. Okay, so let's just do this. We're gonna say if there has entity body is true, then we do all this work. So we're gonna go like this, delete this, delete this, delete this, and put this in here in a closing tag, and then it should format inline. There we go. Okay, so now if there is a body, we can get the data. Console write lines. So here we just write the body out. Okay, so let's try this again. We're going to run it again. I got to believe in myself. I can't doubt myself. Doubt is the mind killer. I got to believe. And the body is nothing. End of client data. Read to end. Oh, there it is. There she is. So this is the body and this is the JSON. So then we grep the JSON. Grep the JSON. Grep the JSON. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, so is there anything in whoop 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 grep the JSON. JSON reader writer factory. Creates an XML dictionary writer that writes data encoded. No. Produces instances of an XML dictionary reader that can read data encoded with JSON from a stream or buffer and map it to an XML info set. Jesus, I don't need this much. I just... Can we get it into a dictionary or something? Can we serialize it? Here we go. All right, let's... C# JSON. Let's just see. Here we go. How to serialize and deserialize. Marshal and unmarshal. Hang on, I'm going to text my wife. I need dog names. We were thinking about, there's a classic Lucky and Chance because of how the dog appeared in our life. But those are also just very doggish names. So then I started looking up the word loyalty and like other possible languages and stuff as a potentially suitable name. And then there's other names. There are names that just mean loyalty. Like Constantine and stuff like that. So, I don't know. Dev. Hey, how do you what's loyalty in German? Trying to think of a name for this dog. Or lucky. Is the German word for lucky, would that be a good name? They call them Rex. So is the two dots over the U like glue? Glücklich? Is that? Here we go. Aww. This is great. Oh shit, hang on. Hang on, we got to start over. This is hilarious. This is real and not. Is it meant to play as not parody, but is it it's meant to be funny, right? Cuz this is great. Oh my god, I would have watched this. Oh, it's so good. It's so cheesy. I love, one of the reasons why I love Stargate so much, the TV show, is because it falls into camp. It's like 100% camp, like, well, not 100%, but a lot of times it falls into the camp category. This is real. It's a serious show. Oh no. Or here we go again. Oh, the fat guy didn't get it. This is awesome. Commissar Rex. Oh my god, that is awesome. I need to start having random videos that play when people follow or subscribe. And that is absolutely going on the list. That is great. Here we go. Glücklich. Lish. AI, thanks for reading. Lish. Glücklich. Is there a little bit of like in the down here going on? All right, let me get the let's do a Pac-Man. Got to get this other camera going, but I got to find the dang HDMI splitter or HDMI switcher. You could just send me any word and I'm just going to trust you. You know that, right? Don't abuse that. Don't abuse that.
All right, we got sound on the other. All right, we're good. Let me the camera's a little tilted. A little wonky. It seems to fit him, Trish, but I texted you Marshall. What do you think about Marshall? We are Marshall! Deb just sent the most hilarious actual TV show from Germany, Trish, and it's not played as ironic either. Call him Bratwurst. Hell yeah. Trish, check this out. I'll put it back in the chat. Watch that. Okay, we're good on sound still, right? Yeah. Here we go. Chat's rolling. Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, I was thinking about Marshall as a name. But Calvin works. Calvin works. Ah, damn, I could have gotten out of that scrape. Damn, that was a really bad I'm screwing up so on such simple stuff at the beginning of the game right now lately. I actually play better on the later stages. We got it. We're gonna do another round after this. This is embarrassing. This is so bad. Oh my god. I just died so much, and that's the first board. All right. I don't even want to keep this going, but you never know. It pays to just try. That's true. I kept asking her about it. I think she was too much in self-reflection to realize what I was trying to get at. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang. I gotta trust that I know the logic of the ghosts better. Because I knew exactly what Orange was gonna do. I just didn't believe in it. I didn't believe! God, I remember being so good at this, you'd get to a point where the power pellets literally did nothing. Alright, I'm going to do another round. One more round here, and then we'll get back at it. Because that was a crappy round. Like, you'd eat a power pellet, and all it would do was change their direction. Because they were, like, it was literally that difficult. I'm starting over. This cannot be. This cannot be how it is. No, we need a good run. I need a good run today. God. It's like I get on these lulls, you know? Like I'm high and then I get these crazy high scores and then it falls apart. All right, that's a better run. Not perfect, but good. Shit.
I knew I shouldn't have taken that chance. Is this no? Stay alive. I can get more points if I'm alive than if I'm dead, right? If you ain't winning, you're losing. Studio, how's it going? What? Okay. No.
Mike fell. Oh no. No? Yes? It's like not quite, I have to push it in. Maybe if I twist it around. There we go. Huh. Well, that whole time I was trying to get the mic going again.
I was saying thank you for the sub, Studio. But I shouldn't have been struggling so much. Oh well. Let's zoom out. Zoom and enhance. It's hot as balls in here. Hot as balls. Okay, we're back at it. Back at it again. Feel the rhythm. Oh yeah. Feel the rhythm. Come on, y'all. It's Bob said time. Brrrah. Poo stack. It's the weekend for you? Lucky. Deserializer. That's what we want. So we need system.text.json. I'm very happy because of that. Congratulations. We got a puppy dog. Can I show you guys pictures of the dog? Can I show you guys pictures? I'm a proud parent. Here. Now I text my wife dirty things, so I have to be very careful. Whoops. See, like that. I'm like, yeah, baby, you want to touch a truck? You want to touch a truck? So there he is. He's very malnourished and skinny. You can't really tell, but he's his waist is way too thin, and he's like, you can feel his ribs way too much. Like, you want to be able to feel a dog's ribs, but it needs to feel like a certain way, and this is like ribs you would take back to you wouldn't want to eat them. Yeah, he's a shepherd. He's a German shepherd. And let me find some more photos. Yeah, he just showed up on our porch and is like, I live here now. I always wanted one as a kid. So here he is with the family. Yeah, well, that's the thing. So he showed up. That's the thing, Studio. He showed up on our porch and was like growling. He was growling at my mom, growling at me, growling at my wife. And I was like, oh, God, it's like feral, or it's like just a really mean dog, you know? And I fed him and he was still kind of giving me some growls, you know? But he was on my porch, on the porch swing chair thing. And he's like, this is my chair. Get away from my chair. It's like, dude, I live here. What are you doing? So then I'm being all sweet to him and everything. And he's still giving me like warning growls, but nothing aggressive. And then I come out with my kids. I come out with my daughter and my son. I'm holding my son, and my daughter brings out food, another thing of food. And then he clicked and he's like, oh my God, you have kids. I love you. You like, this is amazing. And then everything, he just shed it all and was just suddenly like, this is great. Like, I love you. And then he like, I've had to get him to stop jumping because he was like jumping a lot. And so but he's learning so quick. He's picking everything up so quick. It's only been 48 hours. And like all of the things we wanted him to stop doing, he stopped. And we've been really nice to him and talking to him about it. And, you know, being very clear about boundaries and stuff. And he's totally gotten it. And he just sleeps. He sleeps, like you said, with a German Shepherd. Like he sleeps on our porch at night. He's not barking at people crossing with their dogs or anything. He's just chill. He's very alert though. And yeah, he was already, the very first walk, he was already showing like extreme loyalty because like somebody started walking towards us and he was like, you know, kind of like was giving them warning growls. Again, nothing like that he was going to do anything, but just like being really careful. So I showed him to my children. I had a feeling. Right. Yeah, they don't have to make up for anything. Do you have anything else I could show? Yeah, here we are on our walk. I'm in love. He's so cute. I love him. Look at those big ears. Oh. Got a little bit of lipstick in that picture there. All right. Yeah, little dogs, dude, and little dogs they'll live like 16 years. I don't mean that I want dogs to die. I gotta rewind what I'm saying right now. Rat dogs and kids equals dangerous. Rat dogs will eat you when you die. Like if nobody finds your body, they'll just eat you. They're like, oh, okay, well you're dead, so I'll just eat you. I couldn't... Oh, man. No, we had a dog. She's half Chihuahua, half Jack Russell. She's incredibly smart, but also incredibly needy. So you combine those two things together, and it's one of the most frustrating combinations to deal with. But yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, like I said, Dev, I was worried he was feral, but it was like, because what dog just shows up on your porch and starts growling at you, right? This wasn't his home. And the go away thing, he was just like, no, I'm not going to go away. And I think if I had to guess, he's been on his own for so long because he clearly, like, we're going to wash him tomorrow. He needs a bath so bad. But he clearly was just like, I can't do this any longer. I must find somebody to live with. So he just like, I don't know. It's weird. But so far he's been really great, and he's really sweet, and he howls when, you know, yeah, he's I mean, his waist is literally like this skinny, like he's got nothing right now. So we're just, you know, we're feeding him, and I gave him a watermelon. The first thing I had around, I was like, here's some watermelon. Yeah, it seems like it. We had a little dog. We had like what you're saying, like a rat dog. And she was such a great dog. And then we took her to our aunt's, one of our aunts. And... right, and that's the thing that I worry about. So I'm not letting him hang out with the kids if we're not there. I'm very careful. That's the thing is it just seems like it. And like we went for a walk this morning with him, and like one of us was trailing behind, and he just stops and like plants his feet in the ground and is like, no, we're not going anywhere until, you know, until the little boy comes and catches up with us. So, but he's been really, he's really sweet, and he seems extremely like grateful to be here. And he howls. Like, we left. Today was the first day that the whole family left except for my mom, and she was saying that he was howling for a little bit while we were gone. So I'm in love. I've always wanted a German Shepherd, but I could never, because it's like a breed. You know, it would be impossible to get one. Like, as a kid, it just financially there was never going to be a way. Yeah, it's like, you're gone forever. Yeah. Okay, so let's try and parse the JSON we're getting back from the from Twitch. So this is what it looks like. We need to deserialize. So we're using this here. We got it in there. And then, so in this example, they have a JSON string, and then they deserialize, and they have a class that they assign lists in a dictionary. So you have to know the data structure. So I can just copy this and kind of play around with it, but I can start sending it. It's fine. So this encapsulation here, we do have chipping, yeah. Some rando was like, hey, what's your address? I have a chip. And we're like, nah, we're going to go to a shelter. Like, I have a reader. And it's like, no. I'm not, I don't feel good about that. He is fixed. So that's the thing, is like, he's fixed. So somebody was taking care of him, and he came with a collar but no tags. So a possibility is he was abandoned, or he just got out, you know? And I guess if he doesn't have a collar, the owner's, yeah, he's a little high pitched. Pour one out. I know. Pour two out, right? We got it for lefty and righty. Okay, so we have to create. If we create a they're open Saturday. Should we take him in the morning? I guess, but we need to give him a bath. He needs a wash if he's going to go in the car, especially. Which I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's already comfortable with the idea of getting in the vehicle. He's totally fine with that. It's like, let me in it. I want to go. He's fine with water. I mean, he doesn't like it. It's not like he's like, we have the sprinklers on, and they're impact sprinklers. So a lot of those kinds of dogs are just like, yes. But he doesn't run away from it. Like, he'll go, if I'm out there trying to adjust him or something, he comes out with me and gets sprayed. But yeah, he's not doing that. He's like in the middle of it. He doesn't really care about water in that way. But we're going to give him a tub, so we'll see how he does in a bath. I'll give him a wash. JSON deserializer. So does the deserializer... To deserialize from a file by using asynchronous code, read the file into the string as shown. So we're not going to do asynchronous. Oh, no, actually, we do need to do asynchronous, because right now we're building the read to end, so we put that in a string. So here's where we could build out the so their scope comes back in a list. Um, Okay, so that should be the structure of the token as we would receive it in JSON. Then let's try and put this in. So we're gonna deserialize, and we're gonna create a new. So what's this question mark? That it could be empty. I think that's what that means. So we're gonna say Twitch. Oops. Twitch access token question mark. I believe that means we can. The result may be interesting. Maybe null or empty. Twitch access token equals, and then JSON deserializer JSON serializer dot deserialize, and then we say we're going to put it into the same type, Twitch access token, and then we give it the string, and in this case that'll be S. So we go S like that. Annotation for the nullable reference type should only be used in code within hashtag nullable annotations context. So nullable context. All right, well, we're going to ignore that. And let's... Can we... let's do like a console... let's do a break. We'll do a break and then we'll look at the data. We don't have to do prints. We're not cavemen. What is it? HTTP auth. And right here. Set our breakpoints. And let's roll it. Action. Okay. And then we go to our settings and we're going to pretend like we're authorizing. And then we're pretending like we get something back by doing a post to our app. And we're not getting a header back. Not a good sign. Oh, because we hit break. That's right. Okay, so let's look at Twitch access token. Null, expires, null, 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 null. So that's not good. Let's look at S. S. There's new lines in here and crap. So we got to cast this in a way that's not... And there's escape characters and all kinds of crap. Okay. We don't want any of that. String S, read a line. Encoding, reader, stream IO, body. So how do we remove escape characters and all that crap in a string? Remove new lines. Escape in string. There's regex. Hell no. There's got to be a built-in way to do this. We are not going to trust anything to regex. Replace new line. String replace. Is this being built this way by System.io? Or maybe by text encoding? Request content encoding. Stream Reader. So, ooh, Stream Reader. I can't be the let's give this a little. Ooh. Initializes a new instance of the Stream Reader class for a specified file name. Ooh, Stream Reader. So we're doing stream and then encoding. Initializes a new instance of Stream Reader class for the specified stream with the specified character encoding. Ooh. Byte order mark detection. Buffer size, no. Returns a string that represents the current object. So I wonder if we do toString, is that going to get us read to end. Reads all characters from the current position to the end of the stream. Returns a string that represents the current object. Let's try toString. So instead of writing S here, reader to string. Ooh. And let's roll it again. Ooh. I'll be right back. I'm going to go say hi to the doggy. No, I'm not joking. I'll be right back. All right, so now we're going to send our test post. And there's our break. And what does our printout look like? To string. Doesn't appear to have printed anything. Oh, it's just everything. Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. Maybe we have something built into string. Maybe we have something like that. So let's close all this crap out. And we're not going to be doing any learning power hour today, just because I started so late on the stream. We had to do some fun stuff today, and so we took the family out. So we're gonna look at C# string. String literals are a type string that can be written in three forms: raw, quoted, and verbatim. Wrong string literals can be verbatim string literals start with an ampersand are enclosed in double quotation marks. The advantage of verbatim strings is that the escape sequences aren't processed, which makes them easy to write. Okay. String literals. Strings in .NET are stored using UTF-8 or UTF-16 encoding. 8 is the standard for web protocols. Beginning in C#11, which we don't have access to for what we're doing. All right, we're going to try putting an ampersand in the read to end and just see what it does. Because who knows? Maybe that'll work. Nope, it did not work. Although, interestingly, it doesn't look like it has the changes that I put in. It does not. Okay, so it didn't compile with those changes. So let's try again. It didn't work. All right, so we need to... How do we clean the string? It's weird because they've added these. Converts any escaped characters in the input stream. Unescape. So if we unescape, is that... Okay, it's not going to let us do that because we're not putting it into a variable. But what if we... Oh, see, I shouldn't be writing in here. I should be writing in here. So let's unescape this here. And this is part of a regex. Namespace is system text regular expressions. So we need to add the namespace. Okay. And is it all lowercase? It's a lowercase. Unescape. Reader. On escape does not exist in the current context. Regular expressions. Converts. Returns a string. It's a static function, so I should be able to just call it whenever. Am I spelling it wrong? It doesn't look like it. Oops. Regex.unescape, is that why we're not? So it's regex.unescape. Okay, here we go. Regex. Okay, so I'd much rather trust Microsoft's equivalent of this than me rolling my own, right? Let's see if this does it. And we'll post. And what does it look like? There we go. Okay, all the crap has been removed. Now let's bring back the breakpoint. And let's do that after we close our output. So that way everything's done and we get a positive 200 right away. So authorize. And then we'll do the post. And we get our 200. And let's look at the Twitch access token is gone now. It's gone. Is that because we're outside of the if? Yeah, it poofs. We don't want it to poof yet. Okay, so we'll worry about that 200 here. It doesn't really matter for what we're doing. Let's go back and all right, now Twitch access token. How's it going? We're trying to get. Okay, so no, it's still encoded here. Now, is this part of the parse? We're just getting stuff set up for the OAuth authentication for the app. Gonna close that out. Yeah. So it's coming along. All right, let's run it again really quick. I've almost got the whole shebang done. I'm just having a hard time. I don't know how to put the data into this. I've got this JSON deserializer, and I just don't know if the data I'm putting into it is clean or not. it's printing okay here, but I don't know if I trust the print. You know what? Let's try putting it. We'll do a GD print and see what it looks like. Because maybe the print is actually escaping the... I'm not sure. Did I join at the exact time you started doing a recap? Yeah, Frozen just asked me what I was working on. We're almost there. I thought of another reason because 2 people now. Okay, so the story of this whole thing goes, hey, and the reason why I forgot to even think about this is because I've done Oauth on the web, right? And you don't have to worry about the shared secret because your server is the thing that has it, right? But in this case, if the app has the shared secret, then the user in theory also has it. They can intercept it, either in the post or by decompiling the application or whatever. But they could get the shared secret, right? So we have to do it this way. And everyone's like, having a user approve the app is really, for security, is unsafe. And I actually thought about it. I'm like, no, it's actually the other way around. It's more safe because imagine trusting an app to hold your shared secret and hoping that it doesn't phone home and send it to someplace, right? And now if you do that, then so I think this is a much safer way of doing this. So for the end user and everything, rather than telling the end user, hey, trust my app to contain your shared secret, I think that's actually is less safe than having it use the OAuth that Twitch has set up, where you allow the app permission to your account and you are telling it exactly what you get permission from. I couldn't even figure out where in the URL to put the channel. You don't. That's the thing that's weird about it. And that's the stuff that makes it a little confusing, because it's set up in such a way where my app can know nothing about your, like, who's got the permissions or anything. Like, I only know this, that I have this access token and the account login, but beyond that, I know nothing else, like, about you in any other terms. So I think that's the safest. I think it's a far safer way, and it gives the user control to block the app and say, I don't want this app doing anything anymore. And it gives Twitch control to say, I'm going to block this shared secret, this app altogether. The whole process. OAuth is just a mess. It's unintuitive. 100% I agree. It's hard to, like, it's stupid. I'd take a protocol over this nonsense any day. But yeah, so right now I'm just trying to understand, how do I get this into a context that I can parse in C#. So I'm getting the JSON. I'm testing getting the JSON back, and now I just need to be able to, like, look at it. So that's where we're at right now. Yeah. Oauth. Reminds me of Wayne's World. So that, what is this exclamation point? I'm faking everything right now for testing, so I don't need to use Twitch's site at all because I know everything that's sending and giving to me and all that stuff. So I can fake it right now and not have to worry about getting locked out. But I do, if you're confident in the request response part of the code. So what I'm trying to do is actually write that. All I need to do, so here's the thing is, I thought about it a little bit more. And all I need to do on a server somewhere is be able to do the following. And that is, blah, 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 blah. This is the wrong thing. Give me a second. Oauth. Here we go. So there's a tiny thing where the app is going to get the code back, right? It's a special code, as well as a so here we get the app is going to receive this, right? It's going to receive this code, and also this state. This is a random number that I create to verify that the response I got actually came from Twitch. But so I give them these two things, or I give them this and a couple other things over here, and then they send me back the state and a code, right? So using the code, we then from the app side post to our server, my server somewhere. So all I need a server to do is wait for this message here, and we get that. And we say thanks to the app, but then we send a message saying for this client ID, for this shared secret, this code, we want some tokens, and then we say the redirect URI. And then, in theory, the post comes back to the app with this JSON, right? And so this is the JSON that the app receives to get the token information that it needs. And then the app can track whether or not the token is expired or not. And it has a refresh token. Yeah, everything we talked about yesterday. But right now, I'm just trying to figure out how the hell do I serialize this into C# from a JSON. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. So really what I was trying to say though is, right, and the JSON has the access token. That's the actual OAuth. Like, that's the thing that when the user says, I'm going to disbar this app, right? They disconnect it. This token no longer works, right? And then my app is like, hey, I can't connect. And then I have to handle that and go, oh, I can't use the token anymore. Let me check. Oh yeah, I'm totally screwed. And then in the app side, I say, hey, my token's invalid. I need a new one. Maybe you made an accident. You still want to use my app, please? Okay. So what is this exclamation point here? What is this about? Ah! It wasn't closed buffer. How do I close a window? Is it Control Q? Okay. Let's open this back up. Damn it. Wait a minute. I know what's going on. I have to be exactly the same. Hang on. All right, so in this first example here, our names of our things are exactly that. So we need to okay, I think I know what to do. Godot HTTP request response seems clunky. Yeah, I'm using C# stuff for it. So if what you're observing seems clunky, then it's the C# stuff that's clunky. So I have to name the variable such as it is in the JSON. So it would be like this. I'm using this whole thing as a way to force myself to learn more about C# as well. So some of this is like why, I could easily do some of this in Godot. But I do need Yeah, no, the Godot I mean, you can pretty much run a web server from Godot. There's actually somebody has written a plugin that lets you do pretty much that. It's possible. I don't know that I would advise it. But essentially what I do is I set up a listener. It basically runs like a little mini local server. And I tell it what port I want to be listening at and all that stuff. And asynchronously, it's sitting there waiting for a response. And the minute it gets a post, this is where it's handled. And so I'm just kind of going through the possibilities and what needs to happen during that. And I might have to split some of it out, but I'm not doing that just yet. So I think this will work to get everything. So let's give it a shot. The HTTP listener response. Is that a thing in yes, that's exactly what. Yeah, that's in that's a C# thing. Do they have something called that in Godot? Okay, so there's that. Then we post. Damn it. See, what I'm worried about here is I'm seeing the data look like this, where there's escape characters and stuff, and I'm worried that that's the true nature of the data. And so I tried to do regex. I don't even remember what it was called. Unescape. Haven't done that. No, I'll do that here in a second. Good advice. So it's regex unescape. Unescape. And then that, I think, will get rid of all the new lines and stuff. And all that junk. So let's see if this... Yeah. I'll do that in a second. Let's see. Thanks for the redeem, Pooh. Let me give a shout out to Sean. Sean's been really helpful in the chat. And he's also a Godot developer as well. And is working on a game that he was close to giving up on, and a friend said, no! And his friend got out a guitar and sang that he would follow him into the dark. And so now he's forced to work on it. So that, it looks the same still. And our access information is still... Maybe I should find somebody else who's done an example of the JSON serialize or deserialize stuff and see. I mean, that's a good sign that you're observing and, you know, questions doesn't mean that you're... It means you're trying to... You're taking the time to understand. JSON validator... Just to confirm. Okay, so we're valid. Yeah, you're rubber ducking me. Rubber ducky. So let's do this. We're going to say, let's JSON... stream reader. We'll do a very particular search here. C# stream reader to JSON deserialize. How to deserialize a stream to object using... Wait, what is this? System to text. What is all this? How to deserialize a stream object. Serializer, deserializer, T reader. Return. I'm trying to move system text.json API. Async. JSON deserialize async enumerable. System text.json. Provides a high performance, low accuracy, standards compliant capabilities to processing JavaScript object notation. Serializing objects to JSON text and deserializing text to objects. Provides a mechanism for examining the structural content of JSON value with automatically instantiating data values. So JSON, where is the deserializer? Provides functionality to serialize objects or value types of JSON and to deserialize JSON into objects or value types. Okay. Deserialize, read-only, deserialize string, type. Parses the text representing a single JSON value into an instance of a specified type. Okay. Deserialize JSON serializer options. Parses the text representing a single JSON value into an instance of the type specified by the generic type parameter, which is here. Why are there so many ways of passing the type? Let's look at this one. Dude, it's frustrating. It does. It feels like, and a lot of it is written, it feels like it's all like a Rosetta Stone. Like I have to know something else to know something else to know something else to know something else so that I know exactly what I'm looking at. Oh, I got to do the song. We'll do the song whilst we, give me a second here. We'll do the song when we get back. I'll do 5 minutes of cleaning. All right. We're on the shotgun mic. Hopefully it sounds okay. Let's zoom out. Yeah, I do. Okay, let's see if I can find. I need to find this dang HDMI switcher. Oh God, I have to go in this room. Lord. This is officially the garage. Ah! I don't understand. I had a box. God. All right. Well, this is not my mess. This is not my doing. Let's start the timer. Minutes. I have this. Have you guys ever played this Zookeeper? Some art from my daughter. That is for class. Kids might like this. This is junk. This is for a label maker. Quarters. We'll use that. We're learning to count money right now in my daughter's for her class. Ooh, here's a nice little watch. Oh, this is Mama's watch. Pretty. There's a bunch of little dinky stuff in here that shouldn't be here. That's for Play-Doh. This is a tube. This is for some sort of thing. This is all trash. Trash. Let's get, we'll use this baggie.
focus on teaching kids capital letters first, when that's going to be the least common letter that they see in writing. Also, why do they focus on teaching children the names of letters when in reading they need to know the sounds that letters make? Yeah, but if you do the math, like, think about how many words how many times you actually see a capital letter when you're reading. Like, if you're going to if you're trying to get them to reading, then you should focus on letter sounds and lowercase. But like, you get these kinds of things for kids, and it's always, this is a magnet, right? You put on the fridge. It's always capitalized. So, well, it's definitely something that is in practice. I've experienced firsthand. That's how I taught my daughter to read. We introduced these sound pouches with objects that started with the letter sound, and we would refer to the sound pouch by the letter sound, not the letter name. And the same for double letters and combinations and things like that, in English at least. And so that way she learned this, she was starting to read around almost a little bit, like double or triple letter words she was starting to read around a little bit before 4. And then she was full on reading by the time she was 4. Somewhere around 4, like mid 4.5 or something like that. And then everything else is all these little edge case rules things. These are like Mardi Gras beads. When are we going to do this? But the way I remember being taught to read was like, we did ABCs, we would sing ABC all the time and all this stuff, and then after learning all of this other stuff, we would then have to, they'd be like Yoda, and they're like, now you must unlearn what you have learned. It's like, why? Why did you just tell me this other way and then teach me this other thing? Is that really 5 minutes? Jeez. Okay, and then we'll get the song going. God, I can't believe that. All right. In my opinion, you can get a kid to know a book by heart, then pattern recognition kicks in, and they decode the sounds matching the symbols. The problem with that is you're skipping straight to sight reading, and they still don't really know the rule of this letter equals this sound necessarily. They know that that combination of letters makes that sound, but not the individual letters on their own, right? And so, because they don't have the complete picture yet. And so you stick another book in front of them, they should know the A sound, the C sound, and all that stuff, like ah and all that. But you stick in different words in different orders, and then they're still lost. But if you teach them the phonetic sounds from the start, so in Montessori the way that it works is that you teach them phonics first. You teach them this letter sound. You don't say the name of the letter. You don't confuse them with the names of the letter. You say, like if you're referring to F, you go f, right? And not f. Because some people, when they teach phonics, they'll add like extra ending sounds for some reason, but it's just f, right? And then, you know, P is p, not p. Because for some reason, again, when people teach phonics, they add these extra sounds to it, and it's like, no, it's just p. Because you need them to be able to combine them together to make the whole sound. And then what you do is you don't go to reading after that, you go to writing. So in Montessori you have a movable alphabet, and so that's a physical alphabet that they can put together. It's all lowercase letters, and you, oh, sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
And then, so you go and you, it's hard not to add vowel sounds, but the vowel sound is a sound on its own, right? So that you include that, those sounds you teach as well, those letters are in there as well, right? And, but so then you teach them all of those sounds together. You show them the objects that start with those sounds, and you can do the same thing with ending sounds, right? So you can tell them, you know, this object ends in this sound, and so that's, you put it in a different container. And then same with middle sounds, right? So when you get them beginning, ending, and middle sounds, and they know that these objects makes these sounds, then you put a cat picture or a cat object right in front of them, and you say, let's make these. What letter makes the first sound in cat? And they have them say it, and then they'll go and find C, and they'll put it there, and then they'll go and do the next sound. They'll find A and put it down, and then they'll find the ending sound T, and for t, and then, but even then it's t, like you need to cut it short. You can't add the like extra sounds, right? You got to be very careful how you do it. But if you do it this way, I swear to you, they'll teach themselves to read in no time flat. It's insane. It is insane to watch it happen. And then they'll start writing. They can start writing things out, and you don't focus on spelling at all. You don't focus on spelling at all. You let them do, they'll write complete sentences. They'll write full on words, and they're just practicing the sounds and getting comfortable with it. No corrections, no telling them they did anything wrong, nothing like that. You observe the mistakes, and you reintroduce something if they're messing up on something. And then once they're comfortable with that, then you start introducing, like the practicing reading. But most likely by this time, once they're starting to test with writing, you'll be walking somewhere and they'll be sounding things out and reading already. But you're easing them into it. And then you could also do writing with actual like handwriting stuff. But handwriting is something that can be frustrating for kids, so you need to be careful about that. You don't want to get them mad and defeated and stuff. Phonetically correct misspelled is 100% more readable than an incorrect guess at a properly spelled word. Oh yeah, totally. But the idea is to get them, you know, get them used to, and they're building the word, right? So their confidence in reading comes from the act of creating the word itself. So it's counterintuitive, I think, to some people, but you do phonics, writing, and then reading, and you get them there, and then by the end they'll be at sight reading in no time flat. It's crazy. It's amazing. It's awesome. I mean, that's, every kid's different though. The pace of learning and their where they're at and what they're interested in and all that stuff. You kind of have to follow them and like guide them, but don't like push them into a frustration and because that's when their brain will shut off. And you can see it happen. Like once you're teaching kids enough, you can see when their brain just snaps and they just are like, it doesn't matter what you tell them or anything. They are not going to get anything you're telling them. And so it all has to be at the young ages. The whole thing has to be voluntary. I really believe that because yeah, otherwise the process takes way longer. It takes way longer to teach them to read. And that's the astonishing thing. I think people in the chat feel that way about me. All right, is this our ticket? or when to use escaping string. So here we can pass an encoder to it. JSON serializer options gives us the option to set the encoder. So this may be... Oh, sorry. No, it wasn't. Thanks for reminding me. How's it going, Mariano, though? How are you doing? Oh, here we go. How are you getting the body out of the listener response? So that's being pumped into a stream, which we're reading. So it's essentially just a string. So let's try the system.text.json instead. Oh, that's what we're using. So then why? Oh, deserialize. Okay, hang on. Now we're trying to parse a string. Exactly. And I'm worried that the string, like when we run it, we see that the string, it appears to have, like it's not showing it here, but it has new lines and escapes for the double quotes and stuff. And I'm worried that's actually in, when I'm checking the stack and what's actually in the variable, it's showing those things. So I'm worried that those are causing the issue for why it can't be parsed. So we're doing deserialize. We're doing this. T-value string. And then we have some additional options. I'm wondering if we can pass. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how to check either. So let's try this. We're going to say JSON serializer options cannot be used like a method. Okay, so let's find out about JSON serializer options class constructor initializes a new instance. Okay. JSON options equals new JSON serializer options. Okay, and then we're going to go here and we're going to say JSON options. And then we're going to give it the encoding that we're getting from the actual I wonder if we can get the string encoding. Ooh. Oh, I like this, like the little it's like playing with some old style melodies. Look at him, he's so cute. There's the pup. Look at how skinny he is, though. Look at that waist. So hopefully he starts gaining weight now that he's going to be fed regularly. Anyways. C# get string encoding. Is there a way to determine the strings encoding in C#? Just don't overfeed them. Trying not to. Okay, well, if we can use the stream encoding, so I just don't know how to set the option. So let me figure that out. So it's encoder. Okay. So if we say JSON options dot encoder equals encoder encoding cannot implicitly convert type system.text.encoding to web.javascript. The JavaScript character encoding. So we could do a toString for deserialize and see what we end up with. So if we were to say See, but this is a console output. If there's a new line, it's gonna. Let's print it out in Godot. We'll do a GD print of S. GD does not exist. Oh, because we're not using Godot. Is that okay? Okay. So let's run it. No, I'm sending a post locally, but I know it's proper. I'm using this REST client here to actually send the post as a test. Okay, so we pretend like we hit authorize, then we receive the response we'd eventually get. Okay. And we did a GD print. And this is what the GD print shows out. So it looks like, I mean, in order for there to be these new lines and everything, it needs to have been getting that. Let me just find a tutorial of somebody deserializing. Tutorial deserialize JSON C#. That's not from Microsoft. Deflux ChatGTP. Why does everyone recommend ChatGTP now? All right, let's go to ChatGTP. Because it's awesome. List your objects. Right. So that's what I'm doing. What I'm worried about is that I stole that line from. So that's what I'm doing. What I'm worried about is that the name of the variables must match the name that's included in the keys of the JSON. And I'm worried that maybe I'm doing something wrong with that. There is data annotation for if their name is different. Okay. Well, how do I do that? Give me a second. Oh, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not. It's so funny. I'm not doing the set and the get, and I'm guessing that because I'm. That's our problem right there. That's our problem right there. I know. Yeah, Sean, I'm with you on that. JSON property some name. Okay. Let's see if this works. Where's the game? Oh, let me close this. All I had to do is get mad enough that I was asking ChatGTP. Still null. Let's look at their example. So here's my concern, because they're doing this, right? So we could try this, but it's interesting that they're not matching the case. Do you see the double quotes here as well? So that's interesting too. How do you know it's hitting your code? Right, I understand. I understand that too. I got you, buddy. Or because it's in your CS file. So this is my concern. Look at here. This is what the string looks like. I'm worried. Do you see that new line and the escape on the quote and everything? Right. So I'm worried that it's not parsing when it's trying to go in here, right? Let's see. No, that's fine. Text Mesh Pro. What? You're just stringing it somewhere. Okay. Yeah. No, that's what's happening. So let me show you the code. So essentially, we're just taking. I'm trying to do this regex on escape. This isn't doing anything. Let's get rid of this. But we're just reading the byte stream essentially of the body, and we're throwing it into this string here. And then I'm trying to then deserialize the JSON into this data structure here. And it's just nothing's getting put in it. Is this Unity or .NET 6? It's 7, I think, or whatever. But yeah, it's .NET. Unity isn't involved at all. No, no Unity. There's a native from JSON on the string. So how do we? I was looking into stream or on the string. I was looking at string encoding, but I couldn't find anything about that. Can you point me in the direction of what we're? So it is kind of an encoding issue. No, from the HTTP. I would do this. HTTP request get response. But instead of a listener. But it's from the HTTP. You do not need to create the stream, etc. Okay, but this is being sent in the body of a post request. Why can't this shit just be easy sometimes? All right. Let's look into C# request. Can you code share that code real quick? Sure. I mean, this is the base of it. This is the async. This is a listener for. It's waiting to listen for the post. So. Well, let me get you the top up here. Well, I have to get you everything. There's a lot going on here that's... I'm just testing things, so you're going to see a lot of stuff and wonder why it's there. Let me try renaming the... Let me just try putting in the... We'll go for caps on the... All right, let's try it again. Still no. I mean, I should be able to feed the string and just get the damn results. I'm just worried that that's the problem. And let's just test it. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give it like this. Okay? So here, I'm just going to give it the JSON. And let's just see if we're okay. I got to do some work to clean it up. So we got to... right. Okay, so now we're just giving it straight up a JSON, right? Without the way that we're parsing it from the body. And let's just see if this is any different. So I still need to do a post in order for this to fire. And we're still null on all that stuff. I added some code. Do you know what line numbers you changed? Could it be properties in the struct need to be system serializable or some other name? Do you know what lines you added? String. Oh, so string object from JSON. Object var object from JSON. JSON. And then what? So what do we get from that? Did we get? So let me try. Okay, let's undo some of the stuff that I've done. Okay. And let me go over here and put it where it should go. So if we say but okay, what the hell is object var object from JSON? So this is creating an object. Okay. So we'll do unserialize Twitch access token. But that's what I'm doing. I'm creating an object. I'm confused. How is this any different than what I'm doing? It's just var object from JSON. Well, are you getting an error? No, I'm not getting any errors. I did step through it. That's what I was doing when I was told every... Man, backseat coding is a pain sometimes. There's no error. It's literally just null. No, it's no problem. It's just, it's because you guys have a delay and all that, so it creates some weirdness. But I mean, in my code, like right here is the same as what you're doing here. It's just that I'm creating a Twitch access token object here. But output, well, yeah, output as in there is none. Okay, so give me a second here. We're going to do this, and they're going to hit post. And now if we go back down here, we're going to see, here's our string. This is from the body that we got. And then object from JSON, aka Twitch access token, is there's nothing in there. Now what's interesting is, okay, so this is the old. Now I don't have any getters or setters in there now because I accidentally got rid of them. So let me throw those back in. Get, set, and then we'll just do that for all of these. Now it's saying 0 references, which is technically true. Serializable annotation in your struct. No. The example that Microsoft gave did not include that. So I can show the example that, look at this example. Serializable. Okay, let's try that. All right, Pooh, see ya. Okay, I'm going to put this back to... Okay, it was still empty. But I'm not deflux. I'm not posting. I'm getting a post. I'm getting a post. Twitch is sending the This is going to be something sent from Twitch. Yeah. Or me. I'm actually not sure if it's going to come from my server or from Twitch's, but regardless, I'm going to post this. I'm using, it's not handmade, it's copied straight from Twitch as an example. Are you using a controller? Like a minimal API? No. I'm just waiting for something to come in to a certain address. So I'm using HTTP listener. Minimal API. I mean, I'm getting the body. Well, that's what I did. So that's what I did earlier. Maybe it'll be different. Sure. But it's still going to escape the quotes. So the only issue is the deserialization. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about any of that. And I'm able to get it into a string. What I'm concerned about is that the string is showing new lines and stuff. I think, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if they're, like when it writes to console, it's showing the new lines and everything. So I think they're in there. And I don't think they should be. I tried, there's a built-in regex that .NET has that's supposed to strip all that stuff out. And I run it on the string and it's still there. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong with that. I can show you what that is here in a second. So if I send this now, we see everything's fine except that it is escaping. So Twitch access token is still null. So let's write the escapes in the post just for fun. So I'll open up Notepad and we'll paste this in. And then we're going to do a find and replace on this. And we'll just replace it with double quotes. And put this in here. Like that. And then let's try it again. Well, but that's the thing is, I don't think it's getting them. I don't think it's getting them as JSON utility from JSON. JSON utility. JSON utility. Collections generic. JSON utility. C# JSON utility. This is a Unity thing. So it's not going to be available to me. Here it is. It's part of the JSON. Oops. Why are you still seeing that? Let me stop the code here. So if we look at the JSON utility is Unity. Come on, Microsoft. Let's try this as a single line with escaped quotes. And we'll just see, is the problem the not not the encoding, but the additional like escape characters and stuff like that. I guess that's encoding. I don't know. Okay, so we'll post it. Go back over here. And Twitch access. Hold on now. An unhandled exception. A is an invalid property name. Wait a second. Expected A colon. That's a good sign. That's an error message. I appreciate you guys are like my rapid response team right now. I just worry that you maybe had derailed me from, like, I think I was on the right course and now I can't remember what I was doing. Crap. Okay, hang on. Let's hang on, guys. Let's Here it is. It returns an access token and a refresh token, and this is what it would look like. The redirect URI is the one that is going to go back to our client. And I believe that Twitch is going to go, okay. So long as this request is posted, so two things need to happen on the server side. We tell the user to go to it. We open up another URL that the user goes to a website that actually does another. This is what's crazy about all this. Technically, it's going to be doing another redirect that's doing the post that then will be. But none of that matters. One way or another, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to be handling it in a C# application. So I need to be able to handle getting this back, even if it's not on this client. If I'm wrong about that, which I could be, it doesn't really matter because what's going to be streaming it will be C#. But I am starting to feel like, damn, I should just do this in Godot because this is fudging stupid. All right, let me do a search. Stream reader deserialize JSON body. So there's a way to do it through the content stream. But we're not doing this. We're getting a single result. We're not getting a stream. See, these are really old. These results are really old. J objects. See, I thought this would be good to, because it regex unescape, and it gets rid of, what do you know? Look at this. Reverses the transformation performed by the escape method unescape. From each character escaped by the method. These include all of this stuff and whitespace characters. In addition, the unescape method encloses the closing bracket and unescapes the closing brackets. Unescape cannot reverse an escape string perfectly because it cannot deduce precisely which characters were escaped. It replaces the hexadecimal value. Okay. Returns a string. It has an exception, so do we need to do like a catch or whatever? Let me try this. String escaped, unescaped equals S regex unescape S. Now we write unescaped. And then we can look at unescaped and just see that it has that stuff stripped out. But it might not be able to. Then we try unescaped in here. And then, oh yeah, I need to get the example. Yeah, it looks the same as, that's what I have in my code. So if I were to compare, so I'm not crazy, I'm getting, that's all right. I'm pretty sure that it's this escape characters crap. And I think this might have to do with, if I can specify the encoding that we encode the string in, I think we might be able to avoid this altogether. Oops, where's my code? Oh, it's over on the other screen. So, oh, I can open it in the, here we go. So if we close this out, so up here, public class, string. Oh, fuck. Do you guys see the problem? I see the problem. I see it now. Tell me you guys see it. I know exactly what it is and I can fix it right now, and I'm almost positive it'll work. Yeah, these are all private variables. Damn it. All right, from now on, I think I'm going to even type this into like a, in the example I gave back to you. Oh, is that what you did there? I made them public without thinking. All right. I just forget. I forget because I'm not used to having that conceptually, because I've been coding so long in GD script where everything is public. And if you don't declare, it's just going to be private automatically. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my my tools in Vim to yell at me and be like, "No, you need to specify public or private, buddy. You're not going to be vague. Like, you need to remember to do this." Okay, well, let me get rid of this whole unescape crap. We'll comment this out. God, what a waste of time. I'm confident. Okay, so there's our... Now, what... The reason why I'm hitting this button is because this is when it actually opens up the listener. That button is like, okay, I need to start listening for HTTP requests because I'm not going to have it on the whole time, right? And then once it gets everything it needs, it shuts it off. Okay, so now we're going to do the pretend post back. And... Yeah! Oh my God! Except our ID token is null. Oh, there is no ID token. Why did I put an ID token in there? Public string token type. Refresh token expires in access expires in refresh token type. I don't know why that's in there. Stream is saved. If the escape characters are red herring, I'd be legit relieved. Yeah, it is. It is. No, so we're all set. And you can see that the string that we gave it has the new lines and the escapes and all that stuff. I just thought, I'm not, so here's the other thing and why I was going down that rabbit hole. I don't know, when I'm looking at the runtime debugger and the presentation of the data, I don't know what that means yet. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know, like, what is it seeing when I give it, like, am I making sense? And I think this is mostly because I'm not used to working in, like, C-like language. All right. What a waste of time. We did it, boys. Thanks, Deflex, for the help. Oh, my God. Okay. And then let's look at our list. Okay, and then we have the strings for the... Okay. So everything... I got the structure right. It was all right. That listens for PSOTs. PSOTs? And deserializes. Yeah, it's just that I don't want... I mean, if I can turn that on and off... I guess if it's a class that I just get rid of. If you can show me what you mean... But I can't use HTTP client because I'm receiving, not sending. In the code share at the top. Okay. Web application. So my concern... Create builder. ASP.NET Core. So you can nest classes like this? I didn't know you could do that. That's good to know. This is hosting a whole app. Well, I need asynchronous because I need the app not to hang when it's waiting. This doesn't look like it's asynchronous. Yeah, this is all async stuff. Okay. I mean, there's async. Okay. Okay. Well, let me double check my code, see if there's anything I need from listener. Um, do you have a generic host? No. This is like a temporary thing, though. It only needs to be running for a tiny bit of time. And then once I get the information, it all can shut off, because I do need to be able to give like a response. Let me... This is... So my concern about... It's cool. I'm coming from like desktop API server place, so I'm not sure how you're managing your app. Essentially, when they hit the button that says authenticate, I turn on the HTTP listener and open up, give it a prefix and everything of where it's going to receive what it is. Yeah. Is it WPF? What UI? This is a Godot game, so it's not using any of that stuff. I would imagine not. So like the UI is all Godot. Yes, correct. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So the UI stuff, I can show you the UI stuff. Let me go over here and we'll go look at, I mean, so like the actual settings window is here. This is the UI editor in Godot, and we can go to the different tabs that we got here, but this is where this is happening at. And then in the code that's handling this, I have an event that is tied to when this button is pressed, and that's what it triggers everything to get started. So calls authorize, and then we start the listener here, and then we subscribe to the Twitch code received event, and we set that the value, like this is going to change, but this is the same. The concept remains that we're going to get some value back, and when we get that value back, we set that to a setting. Yeah. So anyways, I really appreciate your help. I'm very new to C#. I think this is week 2.5. Do you have a main method? No. There's nothing to stop you. There's nothing to stop you from throwing a C# class into a Godot project and just calling it up, right? But I don't think that I don't think you do main. Because I think that's all handled in Engine. The reason why I was moving from C# to Godot is actually this problem here. This is the irony. That's the irony. One of the reasons why I wanted to be in C# is because I want type safety, and I want runtime. I want to have compile time errors and not runtime errors. Ironically, I'm dealing with a runtime error, although it's a complete logic problem. I want to avoid having runtime errors that could be completely avoided when you're not in a scripted language, right? And I wanted like the real type safety stuff. So that's it. But the funny thing is I got bit in the ass with public and privates that I'm just not used to dealing with in. Now, hang on. Let me get my eyes trained. Yeah, Godot GD script has no publics or privates. I mentioned this before, but I'm really interested to see if you can get a generic host in Godot, because that would be amazing. Not like that! Right. Exactly, Sean. But that's the nice thing, right? Because then if I'm a dummy and I'm trying to set something that I want it to be private, I can't. And And the reason why this didn't happen is because it's serializing to a class that I'm giving it, and it has there's nothing it can. So it's like, it just dies silently. I wish it would, but it makes sense that it wouldn't yell because the JSON's like so I have my Godot. So I'm not sure what generic host is. Can you explain what that is? Because you can include anything in the .NET world. And it's running C#7, so that's something you have to keep in mind. It's pretty far behind number-wise. So if it's something that you can include from .NET, it's something you can run in Godot. And you can also, like, I'm grabbing a library from, what do you call it? That library system that everybody uses for C#. So you can even include those kinds of things into your project. Ooh, I don't know. Have you done a Google search? Because I bet you could, dude. But I do like the Godot UI stuff. And let's get rid of that serialize because I don't think I need that. Out of curiosity, let's see if serializable is gone. Will it still fire? We might actually, I don't know, for the list maybe. Yeah, it's all still there. And then we run it, and if we keep running it, we get our 200. So it does return a 200. Okay. So I need to find a small tut that walks me through creating a small UI, like native to Godot, because the man to talk to. It's possible that Godot has its own version of generic host, hopefully, and okay, well, just so you know, I mean, the docs for that are here, but I'm pretty sure it's not generic host. But Mariano might still be in the chat. He'd be the guy to know. He's a professional GUI dev in Godot. So you're gonna want to, if you just search GUI, I believe this will get you to where you want to get started. This is custom. We don't care about custom. We want to go straight. Here's where you want to be. Check this out. That's where you want to get started at. But I would imagine, Deflex, that you can bootstrap something for it. So I would imagine you can bootstrap it. Like, I don't know how much extra work you'd be creating for yourself. Like, at that point, it's like you basically are using Microsoft stuff to make your own. Like, that takes care of part of the engine for you, in a way, right? Of a game engine. But if you prefer that system for GUI stuff, then you could. So that's your example code is using that. Interesting. Did I close yours out? Okay, let's close out all this crap. We don't need any of this. This is funny. See, there's the public. And I would have, here's the reason why I don't like using ChatGTP. If I had copied and pasted this and worked, I wouldn't have known why. I guess I might have taken some time to compare or something. But I feel like going through this process, and I feel like I would learn better this way. I don't learn by having everything explained to me like you'd end up with ChatGPT. And even if you guys had given me the answer, the chance of me retaining that knowledge is much lower than me getting to the answer. I don't know if it's my learning style or if that's true for a lot of people. Does that make sense? Let me clean up the... Hang on, my wife texted me. They're just watching the dog. Ah, he's scratching this up, little jerk. Although I did that. I accidentally used the water. I used the pressure washer and just blasted a hole through the screen in the window. Oops, I just exposed my... Oh, God. My wife's going to get perverted calls from you guys. I just doxed my wife's phone number. She's going to get, like, heavy breathing. All right. Well, I like how I'm doing this because I understand it. So deflex, I'm gonna stick with this, but I'm gonna look at your sample code too. Don't delete it. Did I lose it though? These are useful tools you sent me though. This is really useful. JSON to C#. This is great. Although, you know, what'd be interesting is to write, but you wouldn't know. This is the weird thing about. Okay, so we can close all this. We can close this. We can close this. Under special paste. Oh, okay. I think I might, for debugging, I think I might move over to Visual Studio. So here it's mad at me, and it wants me to make these uppercase. Because it's a public naming rule violation. Let's see if we do that, if it still can figure out. Are we not building? Ah, I don't have the break anymore. No, so it needs the names to match. So the G, that's funny. The example that we're getting from ChatGTP wouldn't have worked. And actually This is my entire stream. I thought this was going to be the first 5 minutes of the fudging thing. God, 4 hours. Fudge. You guys ever been there before? Deflex every day. Have I seen you before, Deflex? Your username looks familiar. I'm not sure. I don't think I have. Just a few times before. Okay. Yeah. So what brings you here? Are you wanting to do game dev? Are you doing game dev? You know about Godot, so what's up? Do you stream? A lot of people who stream tend to watch. Oh, and I'm super small. There we go. I'm new to Godot. I'm C# dev. Okay. Tell me about yourself. You like walks in the park? I do stream every now and then. All right, let me give you a follow. What do you stream? Game dev or dev or? Because I'm not gonna follow you if you're playing fucking Overwatch or okay. All right. Let me give you a shout out. Shout out to Deflux. Deflux streams. Doing Blazor dev. Yeah, no problem. I don't know how many people are watching. Let me see. Let's see. Not that many. Oh, only 5. 5 of us. 5. You know what I should do? Let's build an app. Let's build an app that takes your number of viewers you have and makes it a percentage of the category that you're streaming in to make you really feel like shit. As soon as there's characters moving on the screen again, my streams are going to pick up. But right now, it's just like just a guy doing this, banging his head. I might as well be in the corner over there just slamming my head against the wall. I actually probably might get more viewers that way. This is more compelling than volleyball, though. We're getting back to that. But I had an idea. Because the thing I'm supposed to be working on is a tactical style game. And I thought about it, and I'm like, wait a minute. You know, a little square corner of someone's stream to play a tactical game. If I made the tactics game a stream chat game, that might actually be something. There was an AFK game for chat. When a streamer goes AFK, it would be like a simple game like bow and arrow run around game, but the stream is like CTV cameras of the game and people watching it. Interesting. All versus all when the streamer gets back. CCTV. Yeah, I got you. Closed circuit. It would be cool. You know what would also be cool? Oh my God, I just had an idea. I don't even know if I should say it out loud. I don't think I should say this idea out loud. It's really good. So, gets idea stealing notebook. Okay, I'll say the idea. For streamers that stream like this, and they have their camera set up so that it's just them, right? Wouldn't it be cool if the avatar concept was AR, and if it was possible, and I don't know how easy this would be to do, but if there's a way to get a read like with virtual reality, but if you can get a read of where the walls are and everything, the camera, I don't know how this would work really, but I know the tech exists. But if the avatars could be like on the arcade unit in the background, for instance, like if as a streamer, could I build the room out in such a way where the avatars are actually in the background behind me? Like the Xbox Kinect, yeah. It can do that with the IR blasters, but I'm wondering if there's a way to do it. Forget AR. So painting it on the green screen. But then at that point, but maybe making the avatars 3D and putting them in a 3D environment and putting them like behind the streamer and in front of them to break the fourth wall, to break, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be 3D. So that's the other thing, is you could do 2 layers, right? You could have a foreground layer and you could render a background layer. And if the streamer was green screening, you could put some of the avatars in the background. And then if they're talking, if people are talking in chat, those avatars end up in the foreground. And everyone else who's just sort of lurking is in the background as like a crowd. Like Street Fighter, like the opening of Street Fighter, yeah. What would be dope is if the member of a chat could take control in a 3D environment game and jump around. And like there's mini games on the wall and stuff. Yeah, I feel like there could be more. So I'm making the volleyball game, right? And I think the really funny thing about it is that it sort of breaks the fourth wall, because the ball, normally in these avatar things, the avatars are near the bottom of the screen. And in this, the ball goes over the, like it would go over this, you know, into the, so when you're playing, it's like bouncing around over this stuff and everything. I don't see it when I'm working, but that's what's happening. Many value their anonymity. Yeah, it would be that they had chatted before and then they show up as an avatar kind of thing. But in the sense that they're still there, but they're lurking. They're you know. But yeah, no, not people who are actually lurking, like in the sense that they're just like the very most active chatters show up in the front. And then if they're sort of stopped, they kind of scoot to the back, so there's not as much noise. But I don't mean, I should clarify, I don't mean lurkers as in people who never contribute, who never have chatted or anything like that. And I've been told, I think Mariano knows this, but somebody told me that as in the TOS, which I really need to fine tooth comb when I actually get ready to release this damn thing, that you don't want to expose them. It's actually against the TOS. Cause like I can actually see when people join and leave. And I could say, oh, hey, so-and-so. Like right now I can look at my chat and see people who are lurking. So I could do this. Yeah, I can put it inside. Can I even nest it inside of this? Can I put it here? No. But I can put it down here, which is better. Can I? Looks like I can. It's just a faux pas. Oh, okay. So that's good. I don't want that exposed anyways. I don't know why I thought it had to be outside of the... okay. Oh, we've got a new emote, everybody, for the chat. It's not a sub one. I still don't have any sub emotes, but if you do Cricket Old Man, we have the old man yells at cloud. So from The Simpsons. So if I'm going on a rant, you can throw out old man. Followers plus active chat users. Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. If you're doing green screen, it would be cool to be like, yeah, it's an interesting idea. Okay, so now that I can actually get these tokens and everything, I need to store them. Okay. Let's get that going. I actually probably should go. I should go. It's the weekend. I've been going for 4 hours. Not bad considering I started so late in the day. Let's get somebody. Let's raid somebody. Any of you guys going to stream? Sean, start streaming. Mariano, start streaming. Somebody start streaming. We'll raid you. There's Peroganon. We could raid Peroganon. Oh, he's playing. He's doing dreams. It's over. The dream is dead. Let's find a dev. Somebody who's devin. Let's look for Godot. But we're not gonna do Jitspo. It's too big. Hey, there's me. What the hell? I'm moving soon. Oh, shoot. Are you moving to a new, in the same town, or? Morngard. I've done Morngard before. I think. All right. Let's do it. Raid. I'm tired though, Bear. Papa needs a rest. Raid Shadow Legends. All right, we're going to raid Shadow Legends Morngard. Out of state. Oh, dang. Is this a big move for you? Is it a big change? Got my UI working in Godot. Going to keep digging. But before you say... It's the UI stuff in Godot is really cool. If that you got it going so quick is really good, a good sign. Because for some people it's hard for them to understand or grasp. Moderate, okay. Yeah, we moved from California to Idaho, so it's a pretty big change, I guess. But we like the area. Everyone's really nice, and yeah, it was just too expensive for us. And we had a bunch of money in our house, but if we sold it, we wouldn't be able to buy in-state to grow with our lifestyle and everything like that. So we ended up just deciding to move to a different state. So, all right, everyone. Much love to you all out there. Be safe. And I'll be streaming on Monday. I might be programming over the weekends at night, possibly. So that would be sometime at night in North America time zones. So, all right, guys. See you.